adventures. Dive in with the sharks at Ushaka Marine World.
just smell the spice in that Durb's bunny chow as I make my way down to Victoria Street Market.
You really know I'm headed up to the Ukasama Drakensberg Mountains, so I can get a clear view of what I've been missing.
Back to our roots, we're getting to know struggle icons and tracing the city's history at Amanda's Heritage Route and the Mandela Capture Site.
Singers born, we're riding off into the sunset for a safari adventure with the Big Five at Lutluwe Mfolozi Park, especially to see the rhino.
I'm setting my sights on something adventurous. Diving with the sharks at Ushaka Marine World.
Landing the catch of the season at Lake Jazini, South Africa's third largest lake. We all have an experience waiting for us.
KZN is yours to discover.
See it. Believe it.
Right.
KZN Wildlife, situated in the Zulu Kingdom. There's no place quite like it. A place rich and diverse in landscapes, wildlife, and culture. Ezemvelo KZN Wildlife introduces our guests to an exciting world of natural splendor, home to a huge and diverse accommodation portfolio. Whether you're looking for an African adventure out in the bushveld or a relaxed ocean retreat, the Zulu Kingdom is guaranteed to have something for you all year round. It's easy to see why we at Ezemvelo KZN Wildlife are so passionate about our home. With all our destinations easily accessible from King Shaka International Airport, you're never far from another breathtaking adventure. Our vision for this spectacular land is simple: to lead the way forward in biodiversity conservation and ecotourism. The dramatic Drakensberg Mountains are just one of the many wonders of our province. This World Heritage Site is rich in history as well as family-friendly activities. The Berg has become a favorite destination for both international visitors and local adventurers. Whether you're an avid hiker who chooses to camp out in the wilderness or prefer to admire the wide open spaces in more comfort, Ezemvelo has your accommodation needs covered. The Drakensberg is home to a rich history, some of which can be captured in the rock art of the sand people on the walls of mountain caves. Come and explore the past in the presence of this giant mountain range. The breathtaking views, fresh air, and sense of space just can't be beaten. If you venture towards the northeast areas of KZN, be prepared for an unrivaled display of wildlife and scenery. Think postcard-worthy sunsets, the soothing sounds of nature, and of course, South Africa's famous Big Five. These are some of the oldest proclaimed conservation areas in the country and the world, originally being protected as King Shaka's traditional hunting grounds. Ezemvelo is home to several game reserves throughout the region, situated in the heart of the Zulu kingdom.
Ngizocela siphakame sime ngenyawo. May we please rise? The Premier is walking in. Thank you very much. The Honorable Premier of the Province of Kwazulu-Natal, the Honorable Ntoli, who is in our midst. Thank you, Honorable Premier. I still hope that the capacity that we had this morning before lunch, people are still going to walk in drips and drabs. I felt that Honorable Premier and Honorable MECs, I should request that you walk in so that we proceed with the program. Honorable Premier, we covered a lot of ground since this morning. At this juncture, therefore, I wish to request the Honorable MEC for Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs, MEC Reverend Zondi, to come to the front and introduce the Honorable Premier.
Program Director, the Honorable the Premier, the Honorable the MECs present, the worship the mayors present, our social partners that were introduced earlier on when we started, CEOs of our entities, senior government officials present, including the Acting Director General of our province, Mr. Ngubane, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is once again an honor and privilege for me to welcome and introduce the Honorable the Premier, who is our keynote speaker at this important historic gathering, the Jobs and Skills Summit. It is always an awkward thing to be called upon to welcome and introduce the father of the house in his own family. And yet protocol dictates that we should do so before he comes up here to speak. We should briefly introduce him so that the context of his keynote address to us is vividly clear to all and sundry. Most importantly, to all the delegates that are gathered here to deliberate on this important matter, which has brought us together, namely to hold this Kwazulu-Natal Jobs and Skills Summit. Honorable Premier, when I spoke earlier this morning, setting the scene for this summit, I outlined some of the priorities for us in the province of KwaZulu-Natal as far as jobs and skills are concerned. I outlined them as follows. 1, job creation and inclusive economic growth. 2, poverty eradication and improved quality of life. And 3, building a capable state and a capable and healthy society. Distinguished delegates, our Premier is passionate about these matters. He is passionate to ensure that jobs are created and retained. And he is passionate about the inclusive economic growth. So I am introducing to you a leader who is very clear about where Kwazulu-Natal should be. I am introducing to you a leader who is not wishy-washy, but someone who is resolute that the resources of KwaZulu-Natal should be reserved, first and foremost, for the legitimate citizens of the province of KwaZulu-Natal, including those that are legally here who may not be part and parcel of us here in KwaZulu-Natal or the Republic, but who are here legally. So, ladies and gentlemen, with that brief introduction, I implore you to join with me as we respectfully invite the Honorable the Premier to come and address us. Listen to him attentively so that when we disperse into the discussion groups, you factor in what will emanate from the keynote address that is about to give us this afternoon. We are glad, Honorable Premier, that you graced us once again with your presence, and we are ready to listen to you. Sompisi Mpemba. Let us rise to receive the Honorable Premier as he comes to address us.
Thank you very much, Kakashe Nondaba, for the introduction and Mr. Mtaka, can you come and open? Where is Mr. Mtaka? Thank you. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Kakashe, for the introduction and to the HOD for Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs, Dr. Zulu. Our honorable MECs were present with us today, MEC Reverend T.D. Tillis for Kokta and MEC for Public Works and Infrastructure, Honorable Martin Mayer. His Worship the Mayor of Famajuba District Municipality, Councillor Mthembu, and Councillor Modli from Mkhanyakude, who's representing the municipality, also representing the mayor. Mr. Moses Tembe, though I've not seen him, maybe he was here earlier, representing the business sector. Ukabazela, Mr. Edwin Mkhize, who's representing the labor. I did not also see Ukabazela. Maybe still coming back. Mr. Sizwe Cele from the civil society. Baba Umajogovu from the business, Mr. Paul Ngema, and Mr. Ngobo from the civil society again. The chairperson of South African Organization of Public Colleges, Miss Kula, and Acting Regional Manager, Mr. Mchunu. The first Deputy Chair of HRDC, Mr. Mkize, and the second Deputy Chair, Mr. Z.O. Zulu. Organized business, I think I've acknowledged Mr. Ngema. Now I wish to acknowledge Mr. Mangi. The Acting Director General, Mr. Ngubane. I see that there are representatives from higher education institutions who are present, and also economic sector, professional bodies, state-owned enterprises, research sector, the special advisors, and all those who are actually working with us in government, all participants who are present today from all sectors of our society. I wish to start by apologizing that I was supposed to be here earlier. In fact, I was here. I arrived at 7 here, Kakash. Before everyone came, I was already here. But due to the logistical glitches, I felt I needed to use that time to attend to the case in Ngwadubuza, where 3 suspects were appearing in court who are alleged to have killed, in fact they are not alleged, who killed 7 family members. That is why one had to leave, and I apologize for that. But I prepared a message for this important summit today. It's important because when you listen to the concerns by our people, which are at the center of the challenges, you'll find the problem of crime occupying the center and the issue of unemployment also occupying the center. So it was important for us as a province to come together to say, where did we go wrong? Where are the gaps? How are we supposed to fill those gaps? Do we have a vision? Do we have plans? How can we all contribute so that we solve the problem? Because the issue of unemployment has been spoken about for quite some time now. But the progress we are making as a country or as a province is not significant. Hence, it's important that we sit around at the table and have engagements with people who are affected, with people who may provide solutions, with people who may provide researched information. I wish to apologize to the provincial chaplain, Pastor Makwaza, for not acknowledging her. So, as we convene this Kwazulu-Natal Jobs and Skills Summit, we do so at a moment of a deep national reflection as our country prepares to observe Workers' Day. This is a time when we honor the resilience, sacrifice, and contribution of workers who built the foundations of our economy and secured the rights and dignity that many enjoy today. It reminds us that the progress we seek as a province is inseparable from the well-being of working people. from the factory, floor, to the farm, from small businesses to emerging digital enterprises. It is therefore both befitting and symbolic that this summit takes place on the eve of Workers' Day. It signals our commitment not only to protect the gains of workers of the past, but to prepare the workers of the future. We recognize that the meaning of work is evolving, and that the responsibility of government is evolving with it. Our task is to ensure that every worker, especially our young people, is equipped with the skills, opportunities, and support needed to thrive in a modern, changing economy. In this way, we honor the legacy of workers, not only with words, but with action that secures their future. The Kwazulu-Natal Jobs and Skills Summit comes at a defining moment for our province and our country. We gather here not merely to talk about challenges, but to shape solutions together. We gather with a shared understanding that the future of our economy will not be determined by chance, but by the choices we make today. Under the government of national unity, we have committed ourselves to three clear priorities: growing our economy and creating jobs, improving service delivery, and building a capable, ethical state that works for its people. This summit is how we turn those priorities into action, because the people of KwaZulu-Natal are not asking for promises. They are asking for progress. They are asking for leadership that prepares them not only for today's opportunities, but for the tomorrow's economy. Now, if there is one thing we know, it is this: jobs do not come from speeches alone. They come from partnerships. They come from skills. They come from the courage to adapt to a changing world. That is why this summit places economic growth and job creation at the center of our work. We are bringing government, business, labor, and communities into the same room because no single institution can solve unemployment on its own. But together, working sector by sector, town by town, young person by young person, we can unlock the full potential of this province and create pathways to dignity through work. At the same time, we must be honest with ourselves. Service delivery is not measured by plans on paper. It is measured by opportunities in people's hands. It is measured when a young person secures a learnership, when a small business receives support, when a training leads to a real job. That is the standard we are setting for ourselves. We are determined to build a government that listens, acts, and delivers. A government that measures success not by intention, but by impact. But ladies and gentlemen, we are also clear about something else. The world of work is changing rapidly, fundamentally, and irreversible. Automation, artificial intelligence, digitalization, green technologies, and advanced manufacturing are no longer distant concepts. They are realities shaping industries across the globe. The question before us is not whether change will come. The question is whether we will be ready when it does. And that is why today we affirm a single but powerful commitment. Kwazulu-Natal will be a government that is ready for the jobs of the future. We are deliberate in being futuristic in our approach, in our planning. We look beyond the 5-year electoral cycle. We ask not only what must be done to stabilize today, but what must be built to secure tomorrow. Governance, in our view, is not about managing a decline. It is about shaping the future with intention. It is about investing in people before the opportunity arrives. It's about preparing our workforce before the economy demands new skills. Through targeted skills development initiatives, we have already begun repositioning our province for the jobs of the future. We recognize that the labor market is undergoing profound transformation. If we fail to prepare our people for this shift, we risk deepening inequality. But if we prepare deliberately, if we align education, training, and investment, we can unlock inclusive growth on a scale never seen before in our province. The jobs of the future will not, like the jobs of the past, will be not like the jobs of the past, while we will continue to strengthen traditional sectors such as agriculture, manufacturing, and tourism. The next wave of employment and growth will be driven by new capabilities and new industries. It will be driven by innovation, by technology, and by the creativity of our people. We are preparing our young people for careers in the digital economy, in software development, cybersecurity, data analytics, and artificial intelligence. Some weeks ago, we launched a program in Ulundi, wherein 300, if not more than 300 youth were given laptops so that they start a skills development program by one of the sitters on technopreneurship and also cybersecurity. Because we understand what are the demands when it comes to labor markets. We're preparing technicians for the green economy in renewable energy, electric mobility, and climate resilience. We are preparing artisans and engineers for advanced manufacturing, where robotics, automation, and smart logistics will define competitiveness. We are also investing in the future of agriculture through agri-tech, ensuring that rural communities are not left behind, but become engines of production and innovation. And we are supporting the creative and cultural industries, where imagination and digital platforms are opening new markets and new livelihoods for our youth. By identifying the jobs of the future, but identifying the jobs of the future is only the first step. The greater task is to close the skills gap. Too often, our education and training systems move slower than the economy. Too often, young people graduate with qualifications that do not match demand. That disconnect must end, and it will end when government, industry, and education institutions work as partners, not as separate silos. For that reason, this summit marks the beginning of a new compact, a compact between government, business, labor, and communities to prepare people for the future of work. This will not be a talk shop, it will be an implementation platform. We will set clear targets, we will define measurable outcomes, and we will hold ourselves accountable for delivery. We will expand technical and vocational pathways because not every young person must follow the same road to success. Our economy needs artisans, technicians, coders, renewable energy installers, maritime engineers, and a logistics specialist. These are not alternative careers, they are essential careers. They are the backbone of a modern economy, and we will restore dignity to technical skills as pathways to prosperity. We will also ensure that young people and women are at the center of this transformation. We cannot allow technological change to reproduce old inequalities. Inclusion is not a favor. It is a necessity for growth. When more people participate in the economy grows stronger. Esteemed participants, the vision we have outlined is not developed in isolation. It is grounded in global evidence and emerging economic realities. The latest findings from the World Economic Forum, particularly in the Future of Jobs Report 2025, make it clear that the global labor market is undergoing its most significant transformation in decades. The report shows that technology, climate change, demographic shifts, and economic restructuring will shape millions of jobs worldwide. It also highlights a simple truth. The regions that invest early in skills development will be the regions that capture growth, attract investment, and create sustainable employment. Kwazulu-Natal intends to be one of those regions. The report Future tells us that nearly half of all workers will require new skills within the next 5 years, and that the fastest growing roles will be in the digital technology, renewable energy, advanced manufacturing, logistics, and healthcare innovation. This aligns directly with the priorities we are advancing through these Jobs and Skills Summit. When we speak about preparing our youth for careers in artificial intelligence, green energy, maritime logistics, and agri-tech, we are responding to the same global signals identified by the World Economic Forum. In other words, our approach is not only locally relevant, it is globally informed. We are positioning our province to compete in the industries that will define the next generation of economic growth. Most importantly, the World Economic Forum reminds government around the world that the future of work will reward adaptability, lifelong learning, and strong partnerships between education, industry, and the public sector. That is precisely the model we are building through the Government of Professional Unity. We are aligning our training systems with industry demand, strengthening technical and vocational pathways, and ensuring that no young person is left behind in the transition to a modern economy. By anchoring our provincial strategy in global research and local action, we are sending a clear message. KwaZulu-Natal is not waiting for the future. We are preparing for it with purpose and with a confidence. The future will not wait for us. Other regions are already investing in digital innovation, green technologies, and industrial modernization. If we hesitate, we will fall behind. But if we act with urgency and unity, if we align policy, investment and skills, KwaZulu-Natal can become a leading provincial economy and on the African continent. The government of provincial unity was not formed merely to manage differences. It was formed to deliver results. Our people did not vote for hesitation. They voted for progress. They voted for jobs. They voted for hope grounded in action. In fact, if you can visit the manifestos of all political parties, I don't think there will be a manifesto that will not spell out that its intention, when given an opportunity, is to create jobs. And now we're in a platform of creating jobs. That is why it's important that we engage thorough here today, and we come out with resolutions that will shape how we prepare for the future as government, as sectors in our province. So let this summit send a clear message to every young person in our province. Your government is preparing for your future. Let us send another message to every investor. KwaZulu-Natal is building a skilled and ready workforce. And let it send a clear message to every community. We are building an economy that leaves no one behind. Because in the end, our success will not be measured only by how many jobs we created today. It will be measured by how prepared we are for the economy of tomorrow. The future belongs to those who prepare for it. And as the government of provincial unity, we choose to prepare deliberately, strategically, and together. I wish that as you continue with these engagements, really you bring solutions, you bring ideas that will shape our policies. Don't be shy to tell us. If you identify some weaknesses in government, tell us. We're a government that is prepared to listen. We will fix those areas. I know that there is a lot that we need to try and fix. Shenge, I think if we can be able to really support our municipalities so that the environment is an environment down there on the ground, so that our economy will find a space to flourish, we'll have done a justice. If we can make the environment in KwaZulu-Natal be friendly to business, we will see much more new opportunities. Before I sit down, I just want to, Kakashe, place on record our position as government on the current discussion by not only the region of Africa, about the world, the issue of xenophobia, which is purported to be there in KwaZulu-Natal. There is no xenophobia in KwaZulu-Natal. I know that what we see there is a demonstration of civic society or civic organizations that are saying we are worried about people who are coming to South Africa without documents, calling for them to go back and get proper documents. And even ourselves as government, we are doing a lot to fix that problem. There is no xenophobia in KwaZulu-Natal, but at the same time, we are worried with the element of criminality amongst the people who are now invading the space, because there are those now who are using these demonstrations to do what is not supposed to be done. And even for the demonstrations, they can't be every day. It's good that one day you write a message, a statement, it's fine, we'll receive a message. But when it's daily, it will project a government that is not stable. It's even worse when there's confrontation and conflicts. It presents a government that is having the instability or violence. So it's important that as the people of KwaZulu-Natal, we need to address issues within the parameters which are legislated. We must be law-abiding citizens while we express our frustration and our concerns. But with those words, ladies and gentlemen, I don't want to take much of your time because already it's late now. We're from lunch. You see, the body is natural. After lunch, it begins to settle down. You can be active after some times when you are coming from lunch. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Thank you very much, Honorable Premier. We shall now proceed to session 2, whereupon I wish to request the Honorable MECs, Martin Meyer, who will co-moderate with Honorable MEC Buthelezi. Over to you, Honorable MEC.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Oh, I see there is lunch-hitis in this room. Let's try that again. Good afternoon. That's much better. Sorry, I'm a very energetic person, but I take my energy from the people. So if you give me bad energy, I'm going to be very slow in here today. As well, if you give me good energy, then I'll be very energetic. But it's wonderful to be here. Just a couple of things. We're going to go into session 2, which is a couple of our presenters that's going to be here. Unlike my colleague, the HOD, I'm quite strict on time. I don't mind telling people their time is up. So I will remind all presenters that you have 30 minutes, and I will give you a 5-minute reminder. We do respect your position, but we also respect each other's time in this session. And our first session is going to be the impact of infrastructure in advancing economic development. And those of you who might have seen me around will know that infrastructure development is my passion. It's what we do on a daily basis in our department. And through years gone in the past, and we saw that with the Great Depression in the early 1900s straight through, if you want to restart and boost an economy with great unemployment, you start at infrastructure. That is where you start with creating jobs and boosting the economy, and that's what we're going to discuss in our first session here as well. So we're going to call Mr. Simpiwe Ndlovu. Is Mr. Ndlovu with us? Has it changed?
Yes. Right. This one.
Yeah.
We're skipping this. Okay, so there is this one. And then the discussions.
Okay. I'm so sorry. There has been a change in the program that they didn't tell me about. So we won't be talking about my passion, infrastructure, which makes me very sad, but we'll talk about it some other time. So we'll be going straight to the next one, which is youth unemployment in South Africa. And we're going to call on stage in the meantime Ms. Nontobeko Mguni, if she's available. But while we wait for her, I want to tell something that happened about a month ago. And this is why a topic like this is so important. About a month ago, we were doing our civic engagement as a department, and I was addressing community members from Raymond-Konyeni municipality on the South Coast. And we were talking about EPWP, and a lot of EPWP complaints came up. And why this topic speaks to me so strongly is a 21-year-old young lady stood up. She spoke about how she doesn't get a job, how she's tried to get EPWP opportunities for 3 years now, not getting opportunities. And she said words that haunt me till this day. Where she said, I have lost all hope as a person, I've lost hope in my government, I've lost hope in my country. There's no bigger indictment of us as leaders if young people lose hope. Because if we have a job as political leaders, it's to bring hope into our country and our province, not take it out. And I laid awake many nights hearing those words over and over again, I am losing hope. And I think youth unemployment, which is in my mind probably the biggest crisis we face as a country, is a crisis of hope. So we look forward to this presentation. Thank you so much, and we'll give you your 30 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests. I would like to recognize the presence of our Honorable Premier Babu Mpemba, as well all the MACs that are present, Babu Nondaba, Ushenge, the Religious Council and Convenance, as well as the youth. I do hope there is youth, so greetings to the youth of South Africa and KZN. Welcome. Thank you for the opportunity. As non-profit organizations, we are normally excluded from a lot of such engagements, or even if we are included, we don't get a chance to actually share our voice. So it is really humbling to be given this opportunity to talk on the state of youth unemployment. The previous speakers have already covered a lot in terms of what is the state, what are the challenges, what are the statistics. But like Babu Mpemba has correctly said, we aim to really try and solution design together as a province. As much as we know whatever is happening in our country, we still need to bring it back home and see how do we design solutions for KZN as a province. So according to the latest labor report, which Annelina has spoken on earlier, we've seen that we are facing a challenge as KZN in particular, where our unemployment is way above that of national stats. And that really calls for an urgent interventions. And as a province, we know that there is a lot of untapped potential that we can really decide when everybody leaves this room, that we really understand the word urgency and we deliver on that. That we do not come to another summit without solutions and only having minutes and presentations without action plans. So the previous speakers have actually given out call of actions. They've touched on the SEZ that we have as an infrastructure project, the ports that we have, the potential, and maybe just to highlight, colleagues, is that as a province, we contribute over 33% of youth in the country. So when we lack or when we struggle with employment, we're affecting the entire national outlook. And so we really need to be able to show our impact. And as a province, we are comprising of a lot of informal sector. So while we have a large number of youth, we can say that as an excuse for us to have higher unemployment numbers. But the truth is, we can change that to our favor. We can use that to our benefit when we decide today to transform and bring a transformation to the whole of South Africa. So on this slide, we see that according to our research, that 1 million young people are transitioning into the labor market annually. Of that 1 million people, 400 of them, or 40% of them, are able to find short-term. And by short-term, we really mean from 3 months to temporary jobs and 12 months, which is really not sustainable. And then 30% of them are only able to find also short-term work, but mostly are needs. And needs, it means they are not in any employment or any education or training, and they are also not employed. So 20% of them also want to work, but they are not able to find jobs. And that is the solution and question that we need to ask ourselves, why they want to work and can't find jobs. Is there anything as a country, as a province, we can do to offer them that? Do they need upskilling? Do they need a support to start their own businesses? Do they need maybe visibility of the roles that are available in the economy without having a cousin or connection or having to try and get money to go and deliver a hard copy of a CV The cost of traveling from Umlazi today is like 54 rand per day. So if you are to wake up every day and deliver CVs, the research tells us that a young person really needs at least 1,500 to just look for jobs. So the question that I want us to have in mind as we go through the slide is that what can we do to change the narrative? How can we make jobs visible to our young South Africans? And then the 10% is discourage work seekers. My earlier colleagues from Status A has actually spoken about the fact that that number is currently at 800,000. So this is just an average of our annual statistics. So they do not seek work at all. They are discouraged work seekers. And we also need to try and unpack that further to say, is it because there are not jobs? Is it because they don't want to work? Or is it because they've already given up and have been unemployed for the past 30 years that the country has been in democracy? And as leaders and decision makers, it is upon us to change that narrative for those young South Africans. You can imagine you are 30 years old, you either went to school or never even got NSFAS to go to varsity, but you've never even been called for a single interview. What can we do today to change all of that? And then the call again is not really to dwell much on the problem, but to say, leaders, that we do have existing interventions. The Presidential Youth Employment Intervention is one of the interventions that is led by the Presidency, which really is a national coordinated strategy that aims to enable young people into earning opportunities from learning. And through that, there is the National Pathway Management Network, where we as Harambee are appointed by the Office of the Presidency as a National Pathway Manager to try and intervene to change the state of youth unemployment, coordinate, accelerate, and be an ecosystem facilitator to bring existing partners who are already doing the same work, which I've learned from the previous speakers that everybody in their little corners are really prioritizing the issue of unemployment. But the next question is, are we prioritizing it only on paper, only on strategy, or we have an action plan that we need to deliver on and see the result that we need? So, and then Harambee exists as an NPO, as a National Pathway Manager, where we really operate a platform which is an online tech platform which is called SA Youth. It is a free online tech platform which is the largest for the country, and I do want to emphasize and say that it is a national asset. It belongs to everybody in the room. It belongs to every young person from Jozini to Matatiele to the Western Cape. They can access it on their phones at no cost. It also belongs to the government as well as business, as well as civil society, because we do not charge anything for use of the platform. Now the question is, are you part of the platform? Do you even know about the platform? Is your organization showing the available jobs or opportunities in the platform? If not, that is one thing that we also need to unpack, because we already have an existing national asset. We understand that a lot of departments and organizations already have their own private platforms that they use, which we do not discourage, because it was probably designed with their own intentions and objectives. But we have something that is called API, where we do a system integration, where all the jobs that you are posting on your organization's platform can also be made visible to our SA Youth platform. So we are already partnering with a lot of employers, more than 3,000, and they're already using the API. Big brands like your Pick n Pay, your Nando's, and some of them, they've really incorporated SA Youth platform in their daily recruitment platform, and we've seen surging increase in youth employment through that engagement. So I would like to encourage everybody to go and check when we leave here to see if you are able to register on the SA Youth platform and share opportunities. And also, more than just having an SA Youth platform, we really want to establish an ecosystem strictly for the province. I will touch on that later as I proceed with the presentation. We want to establish an ecosystem for the province that will convene and play an advocacy role to say, how do we make jobs visible for the province? Yes, we know what's happening. We want to come to a state whereby Ubabu Ngamu, having spoken about the investments that are happening in the province, when new investors are coming and approaching KZN, we want to be able to showcase, this is the number of youth that we have, this is the number of youth that have matric, this is the number of youth that have degrees, this is the number of youth that have, whether employed or temporarily employed, what skills do they have? They must be able to tap on that. We must be able to derive a benefit from that. And that also really depends on us. And this slide here really talks about the third story, which my other colleagues had touched on. I think 3 of them spoke on this, where we see that the real GDP of the country is really not creating jobs at the level that is expected. And MEC Ubabu Nondaba has spoken to that this morning to say that government alone cannot do this. Hence, we need to create and strengthen strong public and private partnership relationship where we all come together and design this solution and partner. And other things, to be honest, leaders, it does not even need money. You just sit at the table, you contribute your knowledge, you share the information, and you are changing lives. So the real GDP, we've seen it growing slightly, and then COVID came, everything just went down. We see that the non-youth age group, which is the green line from the ages 34 to 64, are really very responsive to the real GDP. However, as you can see, the gray line at the bottom is our youth, and they are not responsive at all to the real GDP. They remain excluded. They remain closed out. Hence, today we are encouraging inclusive hiring if we are to change the state of our province or the country. So I call everybody to really see the state story, and you can see after COVID, it takes us another few years to get half of whatever we lost or that we managed to demonstrate or create for the past 10 years. So this really calls for urgency, because if we are to wait for another 3 months, 6 years, the results can only be witnessed after a few other years. And yet, me and you had a choice today, an option to sit and decide on the future of our young people. This slide I will pass. My colleague on Stats SA has spoken on it. We've seen a few provinces improving on the issue of employment. Unfortunately, that was not the case for the province, which was the first time in history. But like I said, this is also an opportunity to reflect of our potential. I do regard ourselves, or KZN, as one of the high resilient provinces, given our history with the floods, with the looting, and we're able to really bounce back. So we can change this narrative if we decide on the next, and we're able to collaborate and break the silos that are operating currently in our province. This slide also talks on the previous one, which is also a reflection of how we as a province are performing in terms of youth employment versus the current state in the province. We are higher as a province in terms of unemployment as compared to South Africa. We've seen job growth of over 44,000. However, as a province, we've still lost 41,000 jobs, and that is something that calls for introspection. What is it that we did not do? And we've seen that the social economy nationally is contributing and performing better in terms of job creation, but that is not the case for our province. So that calls for action. Does it mean that we need to go back and meet or engage the social economy for the province? Or does it mean that we just need to continue and focus on our transport and logistics sector or manufacturing sector because they're giving us jobs? Do we have to go and benchmark maybe with the likes of Western Cape and see what is it that they're doing right? They come in our midst, we meet them in conferences, we meet them everywhere. But are we able to sit and benchmark to say, can we replicate whatever model you have for the province in KZN? Can you show us what needs to be done to change the state of the province? So today's theme, the aim was to actually address, to say, we know the problems, now we need the solution. How do we together come back and rethink and then co-create a new social and economic order that really places youth employment at core? We've seen the transformation that came with our crime through Ubaba Mkhwanazi. We've seen with Department of Transport what was happening and the turnaround. I mean, in December, everybody, I'm sure, was having their nice whiskey at home because you would not go out and drive and drink. So that shows for an impact to say, if we are very intentional and meet and commit as a province, we can achieve whatever that we are intentional and really aims to achieve. And then there is also untapped potential on the incentives that are available on those employer partners that are considering or prioritizing youth employment. We do this through our partnership with the Yes for Youth program, which I will expand on. They really incentivize employers that hire youth. We also need to focus on enterprise development strategy for job creation. As much as we say that the economy is not able to produce jobs, but we can empower our young people to start their own businesses. We can empower our SMEs, which is a large number of SMEs. But are they growing? No. What can we do to make them grow? That requires an answer from us. So we have a PYE, which is a Presidential Youth Employment Intervention Partnership that is driven by the NPN Network, National Pathway Management Network, where Harambe is really an orchestra and operator, and we're leading the work that we do in the space, which we try to be an ecosystem facilitator. We have a few priorities that we think can derive results, but of course, it's different from every province. We are national, we have presence in all the provinces, but it depends on what each province wants to do and how it looks like. But like the rest of the speakers, if we drive a demand-led scaling, then we can transform jobs to make sure that the demand that we produce is able to match what the labor market wants, what the business wants, so that we don't have a skills mismatch. We are able, if we are scaling for the future, we need to be able to create a work-ready scaling. So we have programs like your work readiness programs, which we also do not charge for, that you can also tap in. And then over and above everything, we need to be able to link platforms to operations, because we spend a lot of money and investment in designing all these kind of systems, which really do not talk to the work that we do. Sometimes some of them, they even are idling because we do not utilize them. We just designed a system and we left it. So how do we then come and link our platforms to our daily operations for results, for the betterment of SA youth? And we aim to enable an ecosystem. What that means is leaders, we really want to go on the ground and work with people that are already doing the work. We don't believe in inventing the wheel, because we know that for the past 17, 20 years, people are working. But the problem, everybody's doing everything in their little corner in silos. How do we bring all the civil society organizations? How do we bring all the government partners to deliver for the sake of the youth? How do we bring together all the chambers in KZN, from Zululand Chamber to Potchefstroom Chamber, as well as Durban Chamber, to deliver for results? That's what we aim with the ecosystem. And one can say we understand, but what is the value to our young people? I do want to say, leaders, that with all the numbers that we see that have been shared today and that will be shared tomorrow, there is a human being behind that number. There is a young person who depends on all of us to be able to offer them job opportunities. So the value to young people is opportunities, support, and transitions. My other colleagues spoke on matric. Yes, they passed. We clapped. We posted them. We're excited. 90%. But do we know where they are today? We don't. How do we support them? How do we make sure that they get accepted at universities? How do we create space when there is no space? What can we do to encourage our skilling partners, which is universities, TVET colleges, as well as different training institutions to be able to absorb these young people? They need to have visibility of jobs, which is a one-stop shop, which is a centralized opportunities where they can see all the jobs, and that what SA Youth really plans to offer, and that the work that the NPM network tries to drive in different ecosystems and different regions. And we really want to do that with the KZN province as well. Support services. One of the speakers spoke to career guidance. How can we support and guide our young people to really try and change and choose jobs that will impact them, and not like careers or studies that will, because I want to be a teacher, I want to be a nurse, but we have a lot of unemployed doctors. Do you want to do artisan, IRM models? Do you want to do plumbing, so that even if you don't get a job, you can go back to Inanda or go back to Umnambiti and create your own business and service your neighbors when they have problems. We also need to focus on the skills development. I am told that when you stop learning, you stop growing. So we really need to upskill our young people. There is a project that we did with the digital ecosystem whereby a study was reflecting that in 2020, as a country, we are offshoring over 60,000 digital jobs. And then we came back and decided what can be done to bring all those jobs home. Offshoring means that we have to go to Germany to get an IT developer, but yet we have a lot of unemployed young people. So we then trained young people on digital skills at no cost with our partners and our funders that we rely on, just to see that if we have an HR graduate or a social development, social work graduate who has been at home for the past 6 years, if we add another skills basket and set to them with the digital skills, will they not be able to transition into jobs? That's what upskilling means. And then what is the value to our partners? It is a collaborative network, of course, access to data as well as partnership opportunities. You get access to funding opportunities. You get access to also be a youth employer and play an advocacy role for youth employment. And I must remind all of us that in Africa, we are one young population. That means our population at large is really comprising of young people. And if we are not including them in our hiring, operations, planning, and strategy for the future, we are not planning properly, because we are made of many young people as a country as well as South Africa. It also means if you're an employer or partner and you join our partner network through the NPM or through SA Youth or one of our PIYE partners, which is the Department of Labor in NYDA, you also have access to funding. You get first-line sites of what funding is available there. And we've seen that really helping one of our biggest industries that is doing amazing results, which is the GBS, Global Business Services, which is already employing over 85% of young people in our country. So it also increases your credibility as an organization, and you have a broader impact, not just employing youth, but solving for a national problem as a country. So what is the value add to our employers? SA Youth really aims to connect the business. It's a database of over 4 million young people. It connects candidates to employers that are looking for jobs. It goes beyond the traditional recruitment method where you have to go through 1,000 of CVs when you're looking for jobs, and just create your opportunities on the SA Youth platform. It also has exciting features where you can ask candidates to record their voice notes if you want to establish their level of eloquency or spoken English as well. It also has a geo-mapping function where when you create opportunities, you are also able to see how far does a young person stay from your place of work, so that you don't employ somebody from Umlazi and then they go to work in Umhlanga, they are earning 4,500 and they have to spend 3,500 on transport. So really, if you are not just hiring youth when you partner with SA Youth, you are really shaping an inclusive hiring for the economy and creating a vibrant South Africa. And I do want to say that we have other partners. The other speakers did mention that the issue of unemployment, not even youth alone, cannot be solved by any single individual. Cannot be solved by government alone. It cannot be solved by private society, private sector. It cannot be solved by civil society or any social partner. It requires a collaboration. And one of our partners is Yes for Youth, which really tries to address the material risk and economic risk that are presented by this elephant in the room, which is high unemployment. To date, they've delivered over 196,000 roles through their 12 months recruitment platform, where they incentivize all employer partners who partner with them. It also results on 45% job absorption, as well as those candidates that are placed in Yes for Youth 12 months program, 17% of them are able to start their own businesses. And then also there is a low cost to labor of at least 4,000 job per cost per year. This is a CEO-led initiatives. Only the CEOs are really partnering with the Yes for Youth, so that we also have a buy-in of leadership, because we've experienced sometimes a lot of gatekeeping in other areas where the leadership don't even have visibility of the request on the ground. So how does it work? So there are two models. It has internal model where you as an employer are able to host the young people within your company. But if for any reason you do not have capacity to do so, we have approved Yes for Youth partners who can host young people on your behalf, and you can join the turnkey model through that. This is the last slide. What is required to transform the youth of KZN? So these are some of the ideas or recommendations that we have, which is to, firstly, partner with us on the SA Youth Partner Network. It will not cost you anything, and we're not going to change on you to say that you owe us this money. It is a free platform. It is an opportunity for KZN employees to unlock opportunities and shape for South Africa. We also need to be able to break the silos in our operations. You know, sometimes you can email or engage a partner. 2 years later, you have not seen a response. But you will see them next time on another conference. They are building a recruitment platform, which cost them over 500,000. I'm not saying don't build your recruitment platform, leaders. Do build, but we are saying if we can break the silo mentality, we can know where to leverage, we can know where to cut cost, we can know that when people knock on your door, you give them a chance to listen to them, you engage them, and you make an informed decision. We also need to be able to develop an ecosystem, a sustainable ecosystem. So the expectation is that after such convenings, we are able to develop a working group that will meet frequently, that is able to address and action all these recommendations from all the different stakeholders and partners. I'm sure we've heard the CEO of Trade and Investment, they're saying there are follow-ups on all the pledges. Because if you don't do follow-up, trust me, you will not get results because people are busy. So it is up to us that we co-create a sustainable ecosystem for the province to work. Otherwise, we will remain at the bottom of the list. And yet we had a chance to transform our youth. Again, we must be able to leverage on the existing provincial investment from Club Med to West Town to the dry ports that are happening in the Cato Ridge to the Richards Bay Development Initiative through the Development Zone, Dube Trade Port, amongst others. I do not have to mention all of them. What can we do to make sure that all those jobs are visible to our excluded youth? And also leverage on the corridors that are already existing in our ports and different infrastructure. Thank you. I do want to say that we're already doing a lot of work in the province. We are on a planning strategy. We're designing a KZN demand strategy where we try to approach our employers to see what kind of roles do they need. We're also engaging our skilling partners, which is the universities. We are working with the chambers. Next month, we also have a launch with Department of Public Works to try and also launch some of the infrastructure, working for infrastructure projects, which really tries to complement the work that has already begun with the PEG programs. And thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you. Yes, and I think next week we'll be launching with Harambe and the National Department some of our new EPWP strategies and ideas. I don't see Dr. Zulu, so I'm going to assume the next point in the agenda is the next point in the agenda, since the program seems to have changed, and I don't have all the changes. So let's hold thumbs. Is Mr. Signin Kamo here? Not. Okay, so we're going to the discussion point then. All right. We're going then to the to our session here, and I'm going to call everybody that's part of this discussion, the role of education funding institutions in closing the mismatch of skills for the current and future job market. Can our speakers and our panelists please come forward? That is Dr. Nkango, Mrs. Nkwabe, Dr. Ramsuran, Dr. Hofmeyer, and Mr. Abrams. If they could come join me here on stage, please. And I'm not sure if someone from sound is going to come just assist with the microphones for them, please. So we're just getting the technicalities correct. Some of the panel members unfortunately had to leave because we are running slightly behind schedule, but we are very happy to have those with us. Stand here. So on the stage, we have Mrs. Simbongile Mrabe, Corporate Services Executive from NSFAS. Then we have Mr. Werner Abrahams. Sorry, I'm Afrikaans. I want to say Werner, not Werner. The National Director of Study Trust. And again, my Afrikaans pronunciation will be different. I want to say Dr. Marie Hofmeyer, which is National Director, Mr. Abrams, your CEO of ISFAP, sorry about that. And Dr. Hofmeyer is the National Director of the Study Trust. And as I said earlier, our topic for this discussion is the role of education funding institutions in closing the mismatch of skills for the current and future job market. And I think that's a very important one. And I think if we speak about education funding institutions, NSFAS is the first one that comes to mind in all our minds, being the biggest and the one that we all know, and the government-run one. So from your side, what would you say are the funding mandates, the funding models, and the funding criteria that is being used and should be used within our current crisis? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, and good afternoon. I know it's a graveyard session, but I'll try and be as quick as possible. Program Director, thank you for the opportunity. Let me stand on all the protocol as they have been established. Good afternoon to colleagues. As the National Student Financial Aid Scheme, it is indeed our honor to be invited in this summit. We take this as a clear signal that the province is serious about confronting one of the defining challenges in our time, which is unemployment, particularly for young people. NSFAS shares reflection already expressed by other stakeholders that came before you this morning and this afternoon. The challenge is not new. We have spoken about this before. We've developed plans. We made commitments. Today, however, it calls for alignment, urgency, and above all, implementation. We have a paradox that we need to confront. On one hand, we have millions of South Africans, young people, that are active, that are seeking work, some of whom are graduates. But on the other hand, we have employers that is consistently saying they cannot find skills that they need. This tells us that this is not simply a job scarcity. It is rather a mismatch. From the NSFAS perspective, and arguably the government, this raises a huge concern in terms of the value for money, and if we are not having a clear plans in terms of absorption and or equip the youth to create employment, we will soon have another pandemic. The scheme has asked itself a central question: are we funding access or are we funding outcomes? Historically, the scheme has played a critical role in expanding access to higher education for students from low-income and working-class families. Each year, NSFAS receives over 1 million applications, which is a clear evidence of growing demand for financial aid. Our reality is that the significant proportion of applicants are SASSA recipients, highlighting the extent of which NSFAS support vulnerable households and contribute to a broader social safety net. Provincially, most applications come from this province, Kwazulu-Natal, with above 25%, followed by Gauteng with 21%, reflecting both population distribution and socio-economic realities. For this academic year alone, we are currently funding 321,000 students at institutions of higher learning. It speaks to the challenge the province is confronted with, because all of this, they will soon be looking for opportunities. What are we funding, and to what end? When we look at the types of programs and qualifications that we fund as the scheme, they are mainly concentrated in your business studies, your management, and they take up to close to 30%. And when we are in such platforms discussing whether our programs align to the market, is a definite no. We are talking about engineering, we're talking about tourism, and yet we are hardly funding students that are pursuing those qualifications. So it speaks to the collaboration that we need to foster with this province in particular. The time has come even for the National Student Financial Aid Scheme to define the next phase. And we need to be deliberate. We need to move from being an excess, because I think we have done pretty well, to be a success. What do we mean by success? It means we need to ensure that our student graduates, they find employment or they create employment, and they are participating in the economic of the country. We have adopted this approach as the scheme, hence we are reviewing our current NSFAS Act so that it enables us as well to achieve this. However, this is also raising an important question for us to consider. Are our young people, and I think one of the speakers did speak to, I think it was MEC, who mentioned that we as government are not in a position to force our youngsters to pursue certain careers and programs. So it is high time that we do more than that. How do we ensure that our young people also are committed and they are disciplined and they are able to focus on programs that will give them a future? Equally so, with our post-school education and training system, are we producing graduates who are not only qualified, but also employable, adaptable, and aligned to the changing economy? The Premier mentioned this, that the education is really not turning as swift as they would expect it to turn. So it is quite important that as an education system, we pay attention to that and have graduates that are able to be adaptable to the ever-changing economy. And as far as you all know that exist to support the needy, currently we have 2 streams, which is a bursary of about 350 threshold for total household income, and for a loan of up to 600,000. However, in today's context and in today's summit, our mandate must evolve. It must, as I said, should be beyond access and ensure success. However, we are confronted with the persistent mismatch between what is taught and what is needed, between what is funded, what is demanded, and ultimately between opportunities and success. NSFAS wants to ensure that financial hardships does not prevent capable young South Africans from accessing higher education. And this is relevant. It still remains relevant. We have to ensure that access is availed to our youngsters. We have supported millions, as I've mentioned. We have moved from loans to bursaries and further introduced loans for a missing middle. But the uptake is quite low. And the focus there is on STEM qualification. And the pipeline that we're getting from basic education does not assist us to deliver and be able to support our labor market. So it is quite important that all that value chain attention is paid to ensure that we are able to deliver and be responsive to the needs of our economy. Access to what end? Because access alone is not enough, we just give funding as the scheme. If the qualification does not lead to opportunity, if funding does not translate into employability, then we must be prepared to rethink our approach. All of us together. I think all speakers mentioned that it's time to implement. Times for policies, time for frameworks, for all sorts of beautiful things that we normally mention. It's the young child that is expecting to be employed or create employment, they've had enough. It's now time for us to implement and ensure that we create opportunities for our youngsters. The system is still failing us. I'll mention a couple of things where the system should assist us. Firstly, alignment with the economy. Our funding currently does not align and is not guided by labor market, and it's a reality. But there's no way for us to then take a decision to say, simple because it doesn't align, we cannot fund a student. We are, by act and by the Constitution, compelled to fund a student. But the unfortunate part is that we're funding a student for unemployment, which is something that we need to put a stop to. Secondly, responsiveness to change. The world of work is evolving rapidly. I think the Premier mentioned this. Artificial intelligence, automation, and green economy are no longer future concepts. They are with us here and now. So our funding framework must speak to those and must adapt to those. Thirdly, pathways and perception. I think you can all attest, universities are still treated as if they are the best route or best pathways. We equally have TVETs, and the department has been driving for the longest time the campaign around TVETs being the choice. So we need to encourage our youngsters as well, because currently we see that these colleges are underutilized and are undervalued. Fourthly, linkage to industry. We cannot continue to operate in silos. Education institutions, funders, and employers must function as a connected ecosystem. And finally, the outcomes. We have focused adequately on access, as I've alluded. Now we must strongly focus on completion rates, which is graduation, and on time, quality of qualification that are agile and adaptable, and employment outcomes. Labor came here, business came here, government mentioned here that we cannot do this alone. So all these partners said they cannot do it alone. What next? We have no excuse but to make progress. The cost is too much. The program director did mention that. The youth is losing hope. This is time to reimagine our role of education funding. As hard as it is, as difficult as it may be to engage with our students, we need to reimagine how we are currently funding. Firstly, we must shift from being passive to strategic investment. Funding must follow demand. The department issued critical and scarce skills list. We have to focus. Our funding must speak to that. Prioritizing scarce skills, as I've mentioned, we need also to align with the provincial growth sectors. We need to ensure that our funding is guided by labor and market data. We should move forward as well as some of the suggestions that we want to put forward as we partner with all our stakeholders. We should move towards co-funding in terms of bursaries, structure internship, and have clear pathways for learning. My colleague from Harambee also spoke about that as well. We need to elevate our TVET. We need business to come to the party and help change the face and the look of our TVET colleges. We must prepare our youth for future to ensure that we are not training them for today, but we are training them for the future as well. Accountability, as I've mentioned, is quite important. In my 2 minutes, the role of Kwazulu-Natal has a unique opportunity. It has infrastructure, it has vibrant industry, and young and dynamic population. What is required is coordination. Let's work together in ensuring that we are able to deliver on this. That is the question. Last point is, will the education lead to a better place? These are the questions that our youngsters are asking us when they enroll in our institutions of learning. And this question can be answered by the summit to this afternoon. Thank you very much, Program Director. I wish success to all the programs that are yet to happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We will then go to Mr. Abrahams on his topic. You can sit there. You'll see you are all mic'd up, so you can sit in a comfortable chair. But I think also from what we heard from LISFAS is that this is a whole-of-society approach that's needed. It's not one institution, not government alone, but the whole of society must come together to tackle these challenges. Thank you, Mr. Abrahams.
Thank you. Is it on? Just testing. Okay, it's on. Yeah, thank you, Honourable MEC. I think just want to add on to what Nisfas mentioned with regards to the actual workplace readiness as well as the soft skills of students. So that is actually part of our mandate and what also distinguishes us from other organizations in terms of the quality of graduates that we actually produce, so that when they do enter the workforce, they do have the soft skills that the market actually requires for them to actually step into that workplace and meaningfully contribute not only to the workplace but to society as a whole. I think what we do in terms of the soft skills is we do provide funding to students, not only the financial part of it, but the other support I think that students also require in their journey towards graduation. From our side, we provide not only academic support, and that also encompasses the tutorial support, academic development, as well as extended degree programs. We also provide life skills training and specifically mentoring first-year students, just to actually ensure that their adaptation to university life, specifically during that first year, is something that they can get over, specifically coming from potentially rural areas where they are kind of a first-time entrant into the university system. We also provide medical support, or psychosocial support, so that is where students actually log onto our system, and any intervention that they then require is immediately marked as flagged on our system, and we provide the necessary wraparound support or skills that they require during their course of studies. I think from a KwaZulu-Natal perspective, we also do have a partnership with UKZN, and there we've mostly contributed towards the actual qualification of MBCHB or medical doctors to the province. So also in terms of our graduates, specifically our graduates with those critical skills, we find that within 6 months, about more than 60% of our graduates are actually employed and meaningfully employed, where they do earn more than 350,000 per annum within that first 6 months, or after that first 6 months when they are employed. So I think in terms of NSFAS complementing really what they are doing in terms of the household income of 600,000, some of our funders has also increased that household income cap from 600,000 to about 800,000 or $1 million, because that cap has stayed the same, I think, for quite a large amount of years. So yes, really future focused and shifting our support towards what the labor market requires. As we all know, I think my colleague Mr. Murray will speak to artificial intelligence, and that is quite evolved in terms of what the marketplace has actually required in terms of the type of graduate or the type of job where future graduates will be employed. So Mr. MEC, I'll save some time for the delegates today and hand over to my colleague. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And our last one on this topic will be Dr. Murray Hofmeyr, the National Director of Study Trust, to give us his views as well. Thank you so much.
May I stand?
You can stand.
May yes. I stand here? Good afternoon. Study Trust was established in 1974, almost 52 years ago. It was a response to a serious mismatch. My uncle who started it, the Reverend Jan Hofmeyr, was a youth pastor in Soweto. He was also responsible for the farms in the so-called Western Transvaal of those days. So township, rural. And what he discovered, and let's just pause and remember the times. South Africa is still under the influence of Verwoerd. That black people should go back, shouldn't be in the white areas. That the only thing black people are good for in the white areas is to be gardeners and working in homes and doing very unsophisticated jobs, not really requiring a lot of intellectual power. Now, that kind of prejudice can only be changed through experience. You can only see the light. There's no other way. You have to see the light. And that's what happened to my uncle and others who worked with young people, black young people, in townships and in the rural, on the farms, in the rural areas of Western Transvaal. They realized that talent is distributed equally everywhere, and that the mismatch in South Africa was that there was no opportunity for the talent. And that's why they started Study Trust, to connect the two, to try to do something about the mismatch. Over the years, we had many, first, mostly learners or pupils, as we used to know them in those days, that we took to better schools. And lots of them here in this province. So nice to be back, because many of our alumni are from rural areas who went to better schools as a result of the bursary that we gave to them. But then, as they went into tertiary, we followed them. And we started to work on another mismatch, one that I personally know very well, because for 18 years of my life, I was a lecturer at the University of Venda. And the mismatch was that people did not understand that the qualification alone is not what it's all about. The paper chase was the mismatch. Qualification without really being educated, really using your education to solve real-life problems. That was the mismatch that I was exposed to for 18 years. Students would come and say, scope, give us scope, because they just wanted to study what was going to come in the exam. No interest whatsoever in what I was trying to teach. They even would come to me and say, you are confusing us. Not understanding that education is about a healthy confusion, so that you can ask questions and continue to ask questions. So that was the mismatch. Now, here I am today, and we are talking about another mismatch, following from that one. We are at the Jobs and Skills Summit, and I haven't heard anything about artificial intelligence until the Premier, an ex-teacher, good for him, said in so many words, everything is going to change. Everything is going to change radically. In 2022, if I remember correctly, ChatGPT just came out. And we go and see our students on campus. I still remember, just after COVID, we were back on campuses. I went to mentor, as we call it, our students at Stellenbosch University, and I asked each and every one of them, what about AI? And then all of them just said, no, the lecturers warn us against plagiarism and so on. Until one student came and said, ChatGPT is the most powerful tutor I've ever had. And that put me on a course. And that's what we are now doing. We are now doing that mismatch of students not understanding that what we can call the achievement model of education, that one that's always just asking for scope, always just preparing for assessments, always just chasing the marks, that the achievement model is over. It's gone, because I have something in my pocket that can do it, and the lecturers will never know. So here's my personal moment of insight. We prepared our students for AI, but I was not yet grasping it until ChatGPT study mode came out. So I was testing it because I wanted to do a workshop with the students to kind of introduce them to study mode in ChatGPT. And as Reverend Zondo, I'm a theologian by training. So I asked very serious theological questions, or let me rather say, I asked ChatGPT to ask me questions about a very serious and difficult theological concept. And I answered, and then Chat asked again. It was just fantastic. I answered, and Chat asked again. The third answer I gave, Chat told me, Murray, stop trying to impress me. Do it for yourself. The penny dropped. The penny dropped. Then you understand why we hear about all the youth that just got lost along the way. Because according to Winthrop, there are 4 types of learners. No? There's the resistor. They don't buy it. They don't do it. They are not interested. They are disengaged. Then you have the passengers. They get 50%. They never attention to them, just scraping through. They also don't buy into it, but they know they have to do it because otherwise it's too much trouble. Then you have the achievers, the ones that we mostly work. Werner and us, we work with them. Their identity is completely formed by their achievement. The 5 A's in matric. And then when they fail, it's a complete disaster. We have to spend so much time to build them up again because they don't understand that failure is a learning opportunity. You have to teach them that. And then when they become employees, they become the actuaries, the computer science, the engineers, but they are very nervous and very kind of difficult employees because they are so demanding. You must always praise them because it's achievement. That's the whole identity. And then you have the explorers. And this is now what I'm saying today. This is my point. This is where we, as a bursary organization that also do formation, mentoring, formation, that's where we are now. We are saying we must move now to exploration as the new achievement. We must cultivate. Our workshop this year is called, our workshop topic and mentoring topic is called Cultivating Curiosity, Leading with Questions in a Time of Infinite Answers. And our workshop that we have just done this last weekend on all campuses is called Leading with Questions, the Power of the Personal Tutor. Now in 1984, Benjamin Bloom found in research that if a learner has a personal tutor, they perform better than 98% of other learners. And he said, oh, I wish we can give a personal tutor to each and every learner. And now we have that. We have it. Every learner can have an infinitely patient, very friendly, very encouraging personal tutor who can explain and explain again in the middle of the night, explain again until you get it, until you grasp it, available to you. So there's no excuse anymore. You can now really understand. You can really understand, apply. You can really apply. You can really create. You don't have to sit here in the lower ranges of memory and think that you have achieved. So, what is now left to us, the educators? If Chat can be the tutor and all the others, Gemini, fantastic tools, Claude, they're all available. Our students are now using them. And obviously, it's now easy for students to tell them, to try to cheat now with this thing. This is kind of, no, go home, man, go home. If that is your idea, to cheat now and copy and paste, you don't deserve the NSFAS money. It's over. Go home. But if you are an explorer, you want to know. You want to find your own thing. You want to really pursue what you are really passionate about, what you really are interested in. You want to contribute with your talent, your own personal talent. Then you have now something in your pocket that can make you a master, a domain master of that area. So where do we fit in? I grew up in Kwazulu-Natal, just here, on the border of this province. I was formed by people who had special kind of humanity. And I only later in my life realized what that was. When I learned about Morena Motlomi, who was the teacher of Moshweshwe. If you go and study that man, you realize that we don't have to say Socrates, we don't have to say Immanuel Kant, we can claim something which is human, which is universal, that is also present with us in terms of mentoring, in terms of all of those other skills, the soft skills that Werner spoke about, that are not soft skills, they are essential skills. Making sure that that is now the focus, that the whole person is developed as we restore education to its original Moslemic nature. Thank you.
I was getting a bit worried because the saying goes, there's three people that's difficult to manage on stage. It's politicians, academics, and theologians, and you are two of those, but you were very good with your time. Thank you so much. Thank you. And I think give a big round of applause to our three speakers. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. As they go off, we're going to ask our last speaker of this session from the Institute of Economic Justice to please come forward. I see someone is coming to speak to me. Thank you. And I was reminded with these three talks about, the skills we need and the skills that we give. I'm going to give away my age because when I went to school, it was still called standards, not grades like now. So I'm a bit older than I look. And my father insisted, which was those days called higher grade maths. And my father insisted you must have higher grade maths. And I was terrible at maths. That's why I'm not an MEC of finance, because numbers is not a strong point of me. And my father insisted, and we learned all those things about triangles and cos, tan, and I can't even remember the other one. And I think to myself now, how many times a day do I use that? But it's a skill that was insisted, you must have it. And I think that is also what we learned here, is that we must bring that match between the skills that's needed on the ground and the skills we teach. I think I could have done with my standard grade maths. My report card would have looked a bit better after my matric results. But at least I have my matric, and I'm grateful for that. Just give me 1 second. So our last speaker for this session is Dr. Zwanele Ntswati, Senior Researcher for the Institute of Economic Justice, who will talk to us about towards a transformative macroeconomic policy framework for employment generation in Africa, which is why we are here, the generation of jobs. Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you. Can we just quickly have someone to come and help with the presentation? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and good evening, everyone. I think I can stand on the protocol that was established earlier. It's quite late, and mine will not be long. I'll just perhaps speak about a few things. What is really important in what I will speak about is basically the idea that we cannot train or educate ourselves out of the unemployment crisis. And the second thing is that investments are very important to drive economic growth as well as employment generating sectors. And the third thing is that we need a whole of society, a whole of government, a whole of business approaches into collaboration. If you look at the situation of unemployment, it is certainly not a situation of skills mismatch, but it is definitely a structural problem that is not cyclical. So unemployment for the past 10 to 15 years has been just above 25%, and I think for the past 5-10 years we've just been hovering above 30%. That is a clear indication that unemployment is therefore a crisis that is structural. And where does this come from? It is really a productivity crisis. This has been observed in South Africa, in other emerging economies, as well as around the world. What you obviously have been seeing is changes in the labor market, whether it is demographics, whether it is educational outcomes, whether it is social policies that have shaped our societies, and therefore the entrenching accumulation of capital that has broken the idea of profitability as well as wages. And this basically means that you have what we call an investment shortage. Yes, again, it's not a problem of South Africa, it's a problem of the world. We're entering into the third as well as the fourth industrial revolution. The gross fixed capital formation does not yield the necessary returns on investment. So what you then basically have is firms that are hoarding profits. Therefore, you can also say that you've got a profitability crisis, which has resulted in the productivity crisis. But we have been pushing on the idea of creating decent jobs. And KZN has an opportunity to change a paradigm shift and perhaps not think about a market-led sectoral interventions into creating jobs, but to think about a government, state-led, and whole of society into creating jobs. This again will mean changing the production systems from being more extractive to being more developmental, the investment architecture, which I think actually we probably need another summit to talk about how do we structure investment deals in such a way that they enrich our economies and create the necessary employment that is required. I'll talk about, for instance, the levels of public investment that we have. For instance, in KZN, you've got about a 2% fixed investment expenditure as a percentage of GDP. Horrible. You are never going to create employment with such levels of investment. Definitely just not going to happen. We can therefore train our young people, we can educate everyone. You are likely just going to then have a skills immigration problem, and you're going to just continue reproducing the inequalities because you just need to change the architecture. And of course, the coordination design, which I think a lot of people have spoken about. So I wanted to just indicate the idea, therefore, that the skills mismatch narrative may be misplaced in the sense that we need to understand that we just have an economy that does not create jobs. And this is because of the profitability crisis. If you look at the numbers in KZN, for instance, where you've got about 7 million of the working age population, and you've got about a 4 million labor force, and you're only about to create 2.7 million jobs, which indicates about a 36% labor absorption rate, which means 1 in 3 people are able to work. That's not a skills mismatch problem. It just basically means that you have companies and the state that does not invest. And we just have to spend time to ask ourselves as to why that does not happen. If you look at the education and training sector, I think, for instance, here, NSFAS, I spent some time as a student activist and an economist engaging. If you think from the early 2000s to the FISMAS fall, when they show you the expansion in funding, it's ridiculous. So there has been access into higher education in ways that we cannot even imagine. But of course, more can still be done. If you look at the KZN case in particular, when you talk about the shortages of skills, artisans, etc., the TVETs in 2023 enrolled over 100,000 students. Of those were artisans, which are basically doing engineering degrees, plumbing, construction, business management, etc. So what you basically then have is the inability of these young people to transition from TVETs or higher education sectors into employment opportunities because perhaps employers don't expand because they are hoarding profits, or you have a situation where they require high entry level requirements, like, for instance, experience and different levels. I mean, they spoke about, for instance, here, I mean, looking at the statistics that were being spoken about, I thought this is the actual problem. You know, you've got barriers to entry in the labor market. Whereas in the first and the second industrial revolutions, the idea of learning by doing was the entire economic paradigm. And you didn't necessarily have this idea that people need to be highly educated, we need to invest so much in skills so that these people will be employed. But you actually had a situation where investment by firms and governments actually yielded the returns that they wanted, and therefore they could enhance the labor market. So, of course, the inequality as well as the unemployment problem in South Africa has a face. It disproportionately affects women as well as rural youth and TVET graduates. I nearly fell off my chair when I saw that the unemployment of graduates in KZN is about 20% situation of a polarized economy, where the centrality of the economy is based in Durban or eThekwini region. This is again a problem in South Africa in general, the idea of concentration, because most companies have become monopolies or oligopolies in their sectors. I mean, if you then go to a first-year economics class, we will teach you the character of monopolies and oligopolies. Theirs is to maximize prices, and therefore there's no idea or necessity to create jobs because you've basically concentrated the entire sector. And therefore, which means you probably would need very extensive competition policies to break away from this. But you do need government that is going to also decentralize economic activity to the other various regions in the province. And you can have a matrix that's going to look at how you actually prioritize different regions in the province to ensure economic activity, and you reduce the reliance from one region. This, I mean, is a concentration risk, if that's what you would call it. And there's a lot of leverages that we can tap on in terms of industrial ports, in terms of education, in terms of heavy industries, etc., etc. Another important thing here that we can see in terms of the contributions to GDP in KZN is that the services as well as the community sectors heavily contribute to the GDP. This is again is another problem because it's a huge care burden on women who have to take care of from early childhood development, the sickly children, people who are differently abled, and giving care to different communities in the form of maybe social care. And you've got trade, which is another contributor to the GDP in KZN, but again, it has got no value addition. It's been said before here that it is mainly a transitionary economy. You're basically strong in logistics, then you ship the materials out. You've been also in the last years been import dependent, so we just get the goods into the country and we ship and we travel them across the country as well as the other region. So how do you then change that paradigm again to make sure that the economy diversify of KZN? It moves from a low value chain to a high value chain, and therefore you are able to create the goods and services that the people in the region need, but also maybe in the country, so that you then create the jobs. The deindustrialization problem has been going on for some time in South Africa. It is probably getting worse now. Those numbers that were being shown earlier are basically indicative of what is happening in the sectors. And this, if government does not intervene in a more state-led pragmatic approaches, you are going to see it worsening over time because manufacturing is dwindling. You are moving into the services sector. You are adopting technology, which has got low investment returns. So there will be no point for anyone to then invest in agro-processing, whereas you can do it cheaply elsewhere. And another important element I thought I need to speak about, which is the growth model that we have in South Africa, and it's evident in KZN as well, where you have what we call a debt-financed consumption problem. Leading up to the 2008 financial crisis, we said this was a debt boom, so the housing crisis, etc. Coming out of that, that debt has now become a drag on the economy. What you have is that over 65% of the GDP is consumption. Again, the investment deficiency in the economy. But of that consumption, over 60% is debt financed. So, I mean, many of us here that are sitting, we probably have credit cards, we're probably paying mortgages and cars, etc., etc. It's even gotten worse. We are paying for schools, for medical aids, for water, basic services that we would not have to pay for if the economy was able to structurally decrease the cost of living through public interventions. And of course, I've spoken about the investment problem. It has been decreasing from 20% in 1990s to now 13% as last figures of 2025. KZN is also trading there in terms of investment, but public investment is trading at less than 2%. That is catastrophic. We are never going to be able to create jobs with such numbers. What is expected is that we increase the public investment to at least levels of like 8% to the budget of the province. So this productivity crisis is shown by this graph that's sort of going down, the red one there, the real GDP that has been spoken about here as well. South Africa has terribly performed in the last, or let's say after the 2008 financial crisis compared to other emerging economies, because again, there has been no paradigm shift in the production system as well as in the investment architecture. And this, even if, for instance, currently in the state of the nation as well as the province, we then said we expect that growth will, our aim now is a 3% growth rate. Looking at all those numbers that were being spoken about here earlier, a 3% growth is way too insufficient to meet the labor demand or the labor absorption rate, which the labor force growth rate, which is about 4.5%. So for us to actually make a dent on unemployment, we would have to grow the economy by over 6%. So the economy is just in a very critical point where it is unable to move from this position to create jobs unless we have a paradigm shift in terms of investment. Well, I mean, inequality we know, but I mean, it's a big problem, which speaks to the concentration problem that I was telling you about, that just about 10% of the population takes more than 85% of the national income, you know, and they just keep it, you know, and there's no competition policies that sort of speak against these things, so you're then not going to be able to have the investment, and therefore the economy is never going to grow, and then it's not going to create jobs unless we deal with that issue. The financing constraint, which speaks, so I said, so it's not just investment. I mean, I think last 5 years we've got into the public-private partnerships. 10 years, what you then have seen in the many developed countries and emerging economies is this idea of getting consultants. I think it was the report for KZN that I was reading, or one of the presentations here where that acknowledgement was made. That basically was an idea of blended finance and de-risking investment. Again, that has been a huge problem for governments because governments have paid huge millions of money to consultants and they've not been given the ideas on how to grow the economy that they would have hoped for from big consultants. And instead, those have been able to then reap huge profits. Basically, we are using government funds to de-risk, let's say, a green hydrogen project in Umgungundlovu, and then you realize, oh, we're never going to work on this, and then you give a lot of consultants money to tell you about the feasibility studies, etc. That money that you could have used to then just basically build the hydro plant. And also the high cost of capital. So speaking again about the idea of structurally lowering the cost of living and the cost of doing business. So the prime lending rate, for instance, is about 11%. You probably have SMEs because of high risk borrowing at above 15% to 25%. So that is a very high cost of capital. There will be no ability for those companies to be able to even do any expansion. And this is in all related industries, which would enable the economy to grow. So you need, looking at preparations for this, that KZN does not have any development finance institution, DFI, is one of the things that the province just needs to sort out firstly, because you obviously have IDC, DBSA, the NEF and others, but these are not provincial specific, and they are not going to target the areas and the sectors that the province needs to grow. So we need a lot of these development and financial institutions being established for various sectors to be able to support SMMEs and to support different industries within the province. Government needs to be very intentional about the idea of creating concessional loans, guarantees, and sector-specific financing windows for you to then be able to assist those SMMEs and those industries to expand and create the jobs. And I think it's important to always think about this, maybe also in the context of what happens in the world. That at any point in time, a country needs to have economic sovereignty. Economic sovereignty is your ability to secure your own food, your manufacturing and energy. South Africa does not have this. We were found wanting now when it was said that the Strait of Hormuz is closed. We get a lot of our energy from Africa, but we don't have refineries, And KZN is one of those places that are well placed for those things, which means regional integration is also important for us, and local currency financing so that we hedge against currency risk as well as other macroeconomic challenges that you may be exposed to in the international economy. I think I've probably made the point that I wanted to make in terms of what I think would be a change from a consumption-led growth paradigm into an investment-led growth paradigm where you are shifting the fiscal policies, the monetary policies, the financial sector policies into a way that actually directs financing into productive sectors, quite intentionally so at a low cost, and therefore you stimulate investment and you create employment. So the fiscal policies, for instance, will be more distributional. You would, of course, invest in care economy to decrease the burden on women. You would also invest in green industries. I think that's fine. I sort of made a matrix here on how sort of KZN can picture its own development and the intensity of different industries in the different regions of the province. For an example, if we are to change from being a transitionary province and utilize our ports being the biggest in Africa, but have a second layer into this trade investment and export and imports, then we need to get into the productive space or the beneficiation space and be part of the entire value chain in terms of agro-processing. For an example, it could be storage, processing, and then shipment, and that will require SARS, DTIC, Competition Commission to enable such. But again, one of the embarrassing things here is the investment in public works, because 36% of the KZN budget goes to health and more education. So we're running a social welfare state, and we're not investing into infrastructure and productive sectors that will have higher multiplier effects for job creation. So this is sort of a matrix on how we can imagine development and decentralized economic activity in the province. I think here I was making the idea that we need to educate for a productive economy, and the idea that we obviously are going to look at skills. Skills are always important. You always need to educate people, but that is not a driver of an economic growth. It's an accelerator of an economic growth. So we always need to think about that when we're putting guardrails on how we create employment. So we have universities, we have TVETs, and we have CSETs. How do we think about their role? And this will be great because they could even have international partnerships which could enable our catalytic niche areas and to be able to accelerate employment. You need government to play its role in terms of directing investment This means policy harmonization. This means bringing together fiscal, monetary, industrial, as well as social policies for maximum investment. You need to structurally lower the cost of living and of doing business, and you need to bring the institutions together, like the whole of government, whole of society, and whole of business approach in making sure that the whole cycle, you are able to create a circular economy that delivers. I thought because we also have civil society organizations here, and labor here, probably one of the tasks we need to do is to create a scorecard for the province and how it basically responds to this issue of employment. Whatever policy direction that the province takes, we need to score it on how it creates employment, local procurement, scorecards, the job targets, the investment, are we climate responsive, are we gender responsive, what are the skills that we are creating? And one of the important things is that when we think about the investment structuring of our economy and when we want to increase the fixed capital formation from at least the 2% to maybe areas of 8%, this is provincial public investment, but fixed formation on its own should be between 20 and 35%. But it's a 13, so we need to ramp up this. We also need to think about how we align to international as well as regional priorities. So SDGs in terms of the K economy, green industry in terms of our COP ideas, in terms of AFTA, which is the African Trade Agreement and trade facilitation, and food security, digitalization, climate responsive, and well as public employment. So we need to think about how then we approach traditional financial institutions, how we create our own development finance institutions so that we are able to recapitalize even the existing national institutions for maximum investment and therefore employment. These would be some of the principles I think would be mission-oriented into driving employment in the province, where you make decent employment an explicit macroeconomic policy objective. This is not new. Many countries have done this. We have spent much time stabilizing inflation and sacrificing growth and employment. Let's think about explicitly making employment and a macroeconomic target, shifting from consumption-led growth to productive investment-led transformation. I showed you the paradigm between how much consumption, which is debt-financed, versus investment. Align finance with development, not speculation. This is another problem that perhaps I didn't talk about. This blended finance, these risking projects, precarious job creation in the green industries, terrible. So you need to think about public investment and how public investment directs private investment, because private investment is very speculative and profit shifting, illicit financial flows, mispricing, that happens. So government has a responsibility to guide against those things, and that's why they need to direct investment. Build employment-centered sector compacts, like I did with that matrix, and govern transformation through capable, accountable, and mission-oriented institutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I think that deserves another round of applause. That was really... So colleagues, in public works and infrastructure, we have a dream to deliver in time and in budget. I might not be there yet in my department, but I was there with this session. So with that, I hand back over to Dr. Zulu. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your time.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I would like to say that's it for this afternoon. In fact, indeed, that's it for this afternoon. But I just need your consensus on something. In terms of the program, we were supposed to have getaway sessions, but I think that we are now exhausted. I want to apologize that there were far too many presentations, to absorb. It's late, and besides that, psychologically, we are now depleted. So I wish to suggest that we perhaps call it a day so that, we resume tomorrow morning, all fresh, so that tomorrow we shall start with the very, very most important aspect of this two-day session, which is group discussions. Based on all the presentations that were made, we're going to have topics that are going to be assigned to various groups. By the way, you already have a group because your lanyard has a color at the back. So those colors represent different groups. I wanted to say perhaps, because I do think that we are going to call it a day right now. So let's prepare for tomorrow, such that as and when people come in tomorrow, they go to various getaway venues where those groups are going to deliberate from. So I suggest that we perhaps name the getaway rooms that are going to be utilized by groups, so that this plenary does not begin until after those groups have discussed, and we do not need to come here before we go to our breakaway sessions. I'm actually looking at DDG Pupuma. I'm not sure if we are able to allocate those breakaway platforms to various groups per linear color, so that we call it a day. And then tomorrow morning, we shall make a stop at our venue, which is located within the ICC. At least give me the colors and give me the venues that are arranged.